are making an Egyptian style moussaka, which is also known as an eggplant casserole or eggplant and meat sauce dish. It is a baked dish and is very popular in Egyptian culture. And you will also find this in Greek culture where they make it slightly different. But today's live, I am showing you how we make it Egyptian style. So let's go ahead and get started. For those of you who have been part of my lives before, I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and as you know, we always start with my voiceover audio, recording all of those lines. So right here in front of me, I have all of my notes for everything that I will be doing for today's recipe video. If you were wondering why the font size is so large, this is a 28-point font, Arial font. The reason why it is so large, it is because I am legally blind. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease at a young age, which is a form of macular degeneration, which affects your central vision. When somebody says that they are legally blind, it is not the same as fully blind. So I still have some of my vision, just not all of it. To put things in perspective for you, my vision is 20/200 in my eyes. What that means is if you have perfect vision, 20/20 vision, what you see at 200 feet, I see at no more than 20 feet. So with that being said, hence the reason why my font on my notes is so large. Also, to take it a step further with this live, I know a lot of you, when it comes to watching your favorite live creators, you want to be able to interact with them through the comment section and all of that. I am standing right here in front of my phone at arm's length, and even at this such close distance of maybe 2-3 feet, I cannot see not only myself on the screen of my phone, but even to take it a step further, the comments that are coming through. So if you have the expectation for me to interact with you in what's being commented, I'm sorry, that's not something that I can physically do. And if that upsets you, then that's on you. It is what it is. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started with recording all of my voiceover audio. Then we will continue with preparing any of the veggies that we need to prepare for today's recipe video, and then we will start cooking. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. In Egyptian culture, we call this moussaka. Let me try that one again. All right, what number are we on anyways? Because I still have all my old videos or clips on here from what I made last, where I made the bechamel burger, which we'll post to all of my social media platforms tomorrow. Unless you are one of my YouTube members, you have early access to that recipe video. You've had early access to it all week long. All right, let's try this again. In Egyptian culture, we call this moussaka. Remove the stem and peel half the skin so that the eggplant is striped. Slice it into discs about 1/2 inch thick. Sprinkle a little. Why am I stumbling such an easy line? I'm supposed to say sprinkle a little sea salt. Even when I'm trying to explain it, I still can't even say it. Oh man. Oh, All right, let's try this again. Sprinkle a little sea salt over it. Got it that time. And let it rest for about 20 minutes to help reduce any bitterness and release its moisture. Now add a splash of olive oil to a pan. And fry the eggplants for a few minutes on each side until it's tender and develops a nice... Come on. I was doing good there, then I kind of just, I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Let's see. Now add a splash of olive oil to a pan. All right. And fry the eggplant for a few minutes on each side until it becomes tender and develops a nice golden brown color like this. Much better. Fry diced onions with minced garlic for... Why do I keep on stumbling? This is not good. This is no bueno. Fry diced onions with minced garlic for several minutes until it becomes fragrant. Then add diced tomatoes. Season it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. This is not good. Mix the ingredients really well. Then introduce an immersion blender to this operation to make the tomato sauce nice and smooth like you. Add a splash of white vinegar to add a splash of white vinegar to it for an optional tanginess flavor. Fry diced onions, diced green bell peppers, and minced garlic in olive oil. Add sliced chili peppers for optional heat. Once it becomes fragrant, add the lahma. Now think happy thoughts. And break up the lahma. Season it with ground coriander, ground nutmeg, sea salt, and black pepper. Give this a nice mix. Then add the homemade tomato sauce along with a splash of water. Add a layer of the fried eggplant to a baking dish. Now let's assemble the moussaka. Oh my goodness, this is not good. I keep on stumbling on like every like third and a half word here. This is not acceptable. All right, let's try this again for, the 32nd time. Now let's assemble the moussaka. Add a layer of the fried eggplant to a baking dish. Pour a layer of the lahma sauce over it. Then repeat the process of layering fried. This is why I record my voice over separately, because if I'm trying to say this as I'm cooking, I'm going to be stumbling left and right, and everything's going to end up being burned and not good. And yeah, so this is my this is my solution for making it work. Then repeat the process of layering fried. Then repeat the I'm done. Oh my goodness. Let's try this again. Then repeat the process of layering the fried eggplant followed by the lahma sauce until fully complete. It only took me, I think, 5 or 6 or 7 tries. All right, we got a few more lines here to record. Here it is, fresh out of the oven. To serve Egyptian-style moussaka, garnish it with fresh cilantro. Pair it alongside ruz, bededi bread, or eat it on its own. Egyptian style moussaka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is all of my voiceover lines. All that's really left for me to record in terms of what I have to say is when I reach certain steps of the recipe video, and I have to flip my camera up. That is essentially anything that is highlighted in my notes. Those are the lines that I have to record as I am doing whatever it is that I'm supposed to be doing. So that takes care of that. We can actually turn this off for now, just temporarily, while we prepare the veggies. Because I usually don't show myself dicing, like the onions or the tomatoes or any of the veggies in my recipe videos. I usually just do that off camera and have it ready. So let's actually temporary pause on the field trip. Let me get myself ready, and then I'll bring you guys over for a better point of view. I need to grab some bowls. See, what else do I need? I think that's everything for now. I hope. All right, quick little field trip for everybody. Let me just move you guys over here. And then let's adjust the camera for everyone. I hope this works for everyone. All right, cutting board. So I'm currently live on both YouTube and TikTok. So I got YouTube to my left, TikTok to my right. So first things first, let's slice some peppers, some chili peppers, for that optional added heat. All right, let's get these stems out of the way. So in last week's live, I want to give a quick shout out from last week's live to one of my members, John Smoot on YouTube. Thank you for all of the gifted memberships that you did, that you gave out to other members who were in the live. I appreciate all your support and enthusiasm along this way. You have been incredible. So I just wanted to shine a little bit of light on you while we are in the early stages and preparing today's dish. Also, some exciting news for my YouTube that actually just happened today. My YouTube channel now has that little check mark. It was approved for that check mark verification. So thank you to everybody who has helped me reach this milestone with my YouTube channel. It has been quite the journey. We've had some ups, some downs, and everything in between, and that is okay. It is all part of the journey and the learning process. So here are the chili peppers, seeds and all. So we want that optional added heat for today's dish. If you don't want, say you want a little less spice, then yes, take out the seeds and the white membrane, but it's the best part in terms of the flavor. Up next, going to use the little cutting board for this. We got some garlic. I'm going to add some water to this. Be right back. When slicing garlic, just a little bit of water, run it on your fingertips and along the blade. This will help prevent the garlic from sticking to the blade. Based on the amount of garlic that you are handling, you will have to reapply more water to both your fingers and the blade. It's like every 3 to 4 garlic cloves based on the size of the garlic that you are using. That part is no good. Let's get rid of that. So in last week's live, and also the one before it, I believe, if not the one before it, then 2 before it, but in the past like couple lives here and there, but I know last week for sure, when I was talking about the OK Khalas, I brought up the question, what was the birth of the OK Khalas? Like, what was the very first video? Like, I've been curious about it for like the past couple weeks now. What was the very first video, recipe video I should say, where I did introduced the OK Khalas. So yesterday actually, as I was working on writing this recipe video, I was going through my YouTube channel and just scrolling through all my old videos to find the very first OK Khalas. And I found it. It was actually last year, June. So June of 2024 was the very first OK Khalas, at least the one that I found. And I went through all my videos. I was actually making Egyptian shakshuka, which is essentially a very popular breakfast in Egyptian culture. It is basically poached eggs in a tomato sauce. It is absolutely delicious. If you have not tried it before, I highly recommend you give it a try and level up your eggs. But anyways, that was actually the very first recipe video of mine where I said OK Khalas. And so after watching it, and you know, after watching it, it was both, like for me at least, it was both humorous, but also like cringe in a way, if that makes sense. So I had actually said it because I added some jalapenos to my shakshuka to give it that added spicy kick. So I made the comment, I didn't do it like exactly how I do it in like today's like OK Khalas, like what it evolved to be. But I kind of still did, you know, the annoyance voice of people complaining about the spiciness, that they don't like the spice. So, but when I said OK Khalas, I didn't do the hand wave. Instead, I went like this, like OK Khalas, but like I didn't even yell it. Like, I don't know. It was funny to me, but like it was cringe. Definitely go watch it for yourself. It's in my Egyptian shakshuka video from last year. So then I searched the videos before. So the videos before that, I was doing the like food complaints of, you know, what I anticipated people would probably complain about. And it's just based off of what people complain in my previous videos. I just incorporate it in my current videos, like in my next video. So before the shakshuka, I was doing the food complaints, but I was not saying OK Khalas. So like I would do the complaints like, oh, you know, jalapenos are too spicy or whatever the case is, whatever it is that I would say. And then I would not say okay khalas, but then I would just, you know, skip to my response to it. But after the shakshuka video, I went about, I think it was like 6, 7, or 8 videos where I did not say okay khalas. I still did the complaint, but without saying okay khalas. So I don't know what happened there in those several videos. And then what video was it where I brought it back? Oh my goodness, I just looked at this yesterday and I can't remember. Was it the bemia? I think it was the bemia where I made bemia, which is Egyptian style okra. It's an okra and beef stew. That's what bemia is. And I think it was in that video where I brought back the okay khalas, and then the rest is history. I kept on doing the okay khalas, and it kept on growing and evolving into what it is today. But when I was in Egypt last year, I did not, because my style of video was slightly different from my current setup. So I really did not incorporate the okay khalas when I was in Egypt last year. But after I came back, the okay khalas essentially has been in every single recipe video of mine, and even in many of my talking videos as well. I incorporate the okay khalas. So I found it yesterday while working on writing this recipe video. And even though I wrote this recipe video, as you saw earlier in the live, well, here's the minced garlic, so that's all set. No longer need this water, we can get rid of that. As you saw earlier at the very beginning of this live, that despite me writing this recipe video, I still stumbled on my own words like 8 million times. Well, it wasn't 8 million times, but you get the picture. All right, let's do something with these bell peppers. Just grabbing a smaller knife. Can I just like say something really quick about, so I use Instacart for my grocery deliveries. I just ordered these yesterday. It's like, come on, Instacart shoppers, like that's really not, like why would you pick that? It's really not acceptable. Anyways, that's my 3-second vent about Instacart and their shoppers. So right now we are preparing the veggies for this Egyptian style eggplant with lahma sauce, baked dish, also known as Moussaka in Egyptian culture. There is also Moussaka in Greek culture as well. The primary difference between the two is in Greek culture, they add a layer of bechamel sauce on top. I personally have not had it before with the bechamel sauce, the Greek style, but it does sound intriguing. All right, let me clear off my cutting board really quick. So I will be right back. and I am back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here come the onions and the moment of truth. Will these onions make me cry? I hope not. So way back when I was making Egyptian style kebab halla, which is a pot kebab, which requires a whole lot of onions. So for every 1 pound of lahma you use, it requires nearly double the amount of onions. So if you're using 1 pound of lahma, you need basically 2 pounds of onions, and you need to dice them. You need to dice all the onions up. And so in that recipe video, when it came time for the onion part, I made the comment from my okay khalas, where I said, "Oh, but slicing this many onions will make me cry." Okay, khalas, think happy thoughts then. So that's my go-to of not crying when when handling onions. Does it work? I don't know. You tell me. You guys give it a try and let me know what you think. So there's so many different hacks, I guess you can call it, of how to avoid crying, how to not cry when slicing onion. And honestly, I don't think any of them really work. So that's why I came up with, my method of just think happy thoughts, and you should be okay. I hope. So we're going to be using 2 onions for today's recipe. One is for the sauce itself, and the other one is for the lahma. So far I'm doing okay. No tears yet. now now it's gonna start. Oh boy. All right, let's go clear off all this nonsense. Just cutting off a little side to make it flat, so that way the onion does not roll around. Doing the best that I can to think happy thoughts right now, but I don't know if it's going to really help me 100% right now, but we will find out shortly. Oh boy, oh boy. At least I'm halfway through the onion, so that's a good thing. Onions are sliced, and I think I did okay for the most part. So let me go wash my hands and my face real quick, and I will be right back. Onions can go over here for now, just for the moment. Up next, we got a whole lot of tomatoes. Told you, whole lot of tomatoes for we are making the homemade tomato sauce. So lately, for not only my recipe videos, but also just like my cooking off camera as well, when it comes to tomato sauce, I've been making my own tomato sauce instead of buying any type of canned tomato sauce. And despite that, it takes a little bit longer in terms of the process and preparation. Honestly, it is much worth it in comparison to buying it canned. So right now we're just removing the tomato pits, and then we're just going to roughly dice them, considering that we're going to be blending this afterwards once everything is cooked and seasoned. So it's not necessary when it comes to slicing and dicing tomatoes for it to be absolutely perfect, considering that a blender will come through and smooth everything out. Be right back. Once these tomatoes are diced, then we will turn the main camera back on, which is right over here. And it's connected to this monitor right here to my side, to my right. We're going to turn that camera back on, and we will start recording for the main recipe video, where we will begin with the eggplant itself. And then we will work on the tomato sauce, and then we will prepare the lahma, and then we will assemble the moussaka in the baking dish. Then we're going to bake it in the oven, and then it will be ready to serve. We can say Yallah Bismillah, and we can eat. So going back to my 3-second vent earlier about Instacart, when I had placed an order, so this was a different order because I had to reorder again. When I had placed an order for groceries, one of the things on there were just like regular on the vine tomatoes, like the large size one. And for whatever reason, the Instacart shopper, instead of getting that, what I originally ordered, they gave me these tomatoes instead. I think they're called cocktail tomatoes. So they're basically the size of like a ping pong ball. So it's time for me to use them for this sauce. Be right back. These ones I'm just basically just cutting to just about quarters. think that's okay in regards for the tomatoes. All right, this is the final tomato. Now let's get rid of these hits. And then, don't need this anymore. This can go in the sink. This I don't need. Sink. This can go in the sink as well. Let's wipe down our spot. This I'll clean off as well. All right. I think we should be good to go. That can stay there. This we can turn back on. Bag full of eggplant. So what you see on this monitor right here to my side, to my right, that is what is connected to my main camera. And that is actually what I will be using for the final cut of this recipe video. vegetable vegetable peeler. I said peer the first time, then I don't know. I'm stumbling on all my words today. I don't know what my issue is, but it is what it is. It's okay. It'll be okay. I hope. All right, let me turn off the AC for now. Start this recipe by preparing the eggplant. Start this recipe by preparing the eggplant. We should be okay with that. I'm just reading my notes to see what I said in my voiceover audio, so that way when I go to record what I need to do, I have the right timing. All right, shouldn't be so bad. That should be okay. And then peeling it, so that should be okay too. I think we're at a good zoom. And let me just turn you guys just a little bit. All right, that should be okay for everyone, I hope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. I need a knife. Whatever. It is what it is. These we can get rid of. All right. Oops. As I missed part of the stem. That one I kind of struggled with peeling. So we're going to do another one. I'm not peeling the entire eggplant. I'm essentially just striping it because part of this is beat up. So like, for example, got this CAPTCHA on TikTok verification thing. So I'm just striping it kind of to look like this, just to remove, you know, some of the eggplants. They are beat up on the outside. You don't want any of that nonsense. So let me go ahead and get rid of this peel. Let's try that shot again with another eggplant. I'm also going to charge up for YouTube as well. All right, let's try this again. Here's the amount. All right, so far so good. I missed a little piece. All right, let's try to stripe this again. Let's review it, make sure we're good to go. We should be okay. I think we should be okay. All right, so let's go ahead and just run through these now, considering that I got the shot that I need. Like, seriously, like, what is all that? Come on, Instacart. All right, I'm going to do one more eggplant with my main camera. Just make sure I'm good to go with the shot. And then we will do the rest. I'm just simply cutting them into like about 1/2 inch thick discs, like so. All right, I think that second one should be okay. So we got a whole lot of sliced eggplant here. Let's go ahead. Just temporarily set this to the side. Let's clean up our spot. And let's start cooking. So originally I had written to sprinkle a little bit of sea salt on it and to like essentially like lay out the eggplant on a tray, and then to sprinkle some sea salt over it, and then let it sit for about 20 minutes to help reduce like any bitter taste from the eggplant and to release any of its moisture. I'm not going to do that. I've never done that with eggplant before. So I think we should be okay. But for the purpose of what I write out in my recipe video, like for my website. I'll include it for those who want to go through that process. All right, I need to bring the countertop stove over. Excuse me. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Just let me go clear all of my sinuses. I will be right back. Please and thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Now let's get ready to start frying the eggplant. So let me get this camera situated. All right, that should be good to go. Just a splash of olive oil. The thing about frying eggplant, you have to be careful when using oil because it will essentially act like a sponge in a way, and it will absorb all that oil, and you're gonna think to yourself like, oh my goodness, like the pan is dry, but in reality, the eggplant itself is just soaking it all up. So just be careful when frying eggplant. Because if you use too much oil when you go to bite into it, you're going to find yourself with a mouthful of whatever type of oil you just used. Made my own custom eggplant from the slices. All right, So I'm going to start here at my 6 o'clock, which would be the camera's or the viewer's point of view would be their 12 o'clock. So let's do this. Let's see how that one looks. This should be okay. Just turning up the temperature just a little bit. And we're just simply going to let this cook for a few minutes on each side to allow the eggplant to become tender and to develop some nice golden brown color on the outside. And once that happens, we're only going to be flipping it one time. And once it's cooked, we're going to remove it from the pan, and we're just going to continue in the process until all the eggplant is cooked that way. And then we're going to temporarily set it to the side and then work on the tomato sauce. On the tomato sauce and the lahma. Let me grab a fork. So I need like a small plate. I had a fork in my hand the whole time, and here I am just, whatever. It is what it is. I'm tired. It's been a long few days, so my mind is kind of just all over the place. And I kind of slept in today for the first time in like a while. I woke up at 10:45 today. So yeah, that's me sleeping in. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Just adding a small drizzle of olive oil to it. So we're starting to develop a little bit of color, but you want a little bit more than that. Just a little bit more. So about 1 to 2 more minutes approximately. We'll give it all a nice flip. And we should be good to go. We're going to let it cook for several minutes on the second side, and we will continue the process until we have our mountain of eggplant all fried and cooked. Once I get the shot that I need with my main camera, I'm going to go ahead and have another pan going on my main stove as well, so we can speed up this process. The reason why I'm not doing it right now while my main camera is going, I just don't want that noise interference of frying noise over here and cooking noise back there. And just to keep everything focused on this for the purpose of the final cut of the recipe video, which is what you see appearing on the screen right here. All right, we got a little bit more color. Let's give it a nice flip. Go from there. So just a few minutes on this side. I'll get the shot that I need. And then we will just continue with this process, and I don't have to worry about staying quiet while I'm recording with that camera. And we should be good to go with this. So this is essentially how you want it to look. Just some nice golden brown color on both sides. So let me grab a plate, set these all in. Oops. A little bit more olive oil. And then let's come back in with eggplant. And more in the center there. Little splash on top. We should be good to go. Let's go ahead and get a second pan going on my main stove. So it's essentially the same exact process. I just want to speed it up since I can only fit so much on here at a time. And I still have all of this, plus still have all of this. So it's a whole lot of eggplant to prepare. Let's go ahead and turn off this camera while we're waiting, while we're doing this, I should say. Oops. Here's the tray that I have going on the stove, on my main stove behind me. I said tray, I meant to say pan. Another method you could use for doing this instead of frying it, you could lay it all on a baking tray, sprinkle some salt and oil over it on both sides, and then bake it in the oven for about 20-ish or so minutes at 400 degrees Fahrenheit. So you could use that method as well. I'm doing it this way, similar to how we make moussaka, where instead of baking it, when it comes to preparing the eggplant, I'm just frying it before it all bakes in the oven. About another minute or so, we'll take this batch out. Let's give this other batch a flip. Back onto the main stove it goes. I'm just kind of like sliding it around because don't want it, considering that it absorbs all that oil really quick so the pan can get dry. I just don't want it to essentially get stuck um, to the pan. Should be able to slide around, glide around as it is, like so. Another minute or so for what's going on the stove, then we'll work on the next batch for the stove. And this is essentially what's left for the eggplant. So we're about like halfway through, I'd say, with all the eggplant. Still another minute or so for this batch as well before we flip it. Let's check this one out. Still need a little bit more color on the bottom there. Back on the main stove we go. Here's what we have so far. These end pieces are a little bit tricky when it comes to frying, especially for this side when it comes to flipping. So when it comes to cooking those end pieces, especially if you're using a pan, just do the best you can with it. It does not have to be 100% perfect because considering, excuse me, that it will still bake in the oven. So just get it as best as you can. Still flip it, but based on its shape, you may want to, gently press it with a fork, for example. So that way it can get more of all the other sides as it is cooking on that side. And plus, if you use a fork, just poke through it as well too as it's cooking, and you'll be able to determine its level of tenderness. You essentially just want to cook it until it becomes tender and it develops some of that nice golden brown color. So those are essentially your two goals for this step of the recipe. Let's go ahead and check on what we got on my main stove behind me. Still need a few more minutes on this first side before we flip it. Let's check out what we got over here. I think that's okay. Let's grab our plate. Here come some of those end pieces. I think that's all of them. Oops. Grabbing another plate because this one is kind of full. Let's check what's on my main stove. still like another about 1 more minute roughly, and then we'll give these a flip. What's on my main stove? Go ahead and flip. Let it cook for a few more minutes on the second side. Nothing, no coloration at all. It's hot, but no coloration. Just smoke, no color. Just like this one has like a little teeny tiny bit of color developing on it, but we need more than that. And plus it needs to be more tender as well. After this, we have like 1.5, roughly 1.5 more batches left to cook. This is all that's left to cook. A lot of them are really small pieces. Some of them are large, but we might be able to fit it all in one go. We'll see what happens. Just checking on what's on my main stove. Again, you don't want it to stick. It should be able to slide around the pan like so. Let's check it out. Like another minute or so, and then we can remove these. Let's see. Still barely any coloration developing on this. Let's see. See, but then like this one is kind of like half burned. I don't want to say burned because it's not burned. It's, you know. So let's go ahead and flip these and go from there. All right, last batch going on my main stove. And then the rest of this will be right here. Let's fix what I just put on this plate. Better place it, so that way they don't go toppling over. We're looking good so far. Actually, I'll let this one and this one go a little bit more. Go. Final batch. Let's check on what's going on with my main stove. Still needs more time. Still needs more time. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is all that's left for us to fry. Then I need to fill this back up with some olive oil, and then we can work on making the homemade tomato sauce. A few more minutes, we should be good to go with this final batch of eggplant. While that final batch of eggplant is going, I'm just cleaning up part of what's in the sink right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I don't know if you guys can hear that jingle in the background. There's an ice cream truck driving down the street right now. And what time is it? It is 7:01 p.m. Oh boy, tempting. Oops. No. Oh boy. All right, we can temporarily move the countertop stove out of the way, just temporarily. So all the eggplant, oops, that almost fell. All the eggplant is fried right now. I need to fill this up. Where's the cap? tomatoes all set. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for being so radio silent. I'm honestly just really tired and a little out of it um, right now. But right now we are working on. I'm about to start working on the tomato sauce here. So it's going to wait about 30-ish seconds or so for this to heat up, and then we will get going on the tomato sauce. And I need the knife for this. Oh boy, oh boy. So right now I got the onions and garlic in here. I'm waiting about like maybe like 2 more minutes, and then we're going to just allow everything to kind of cook for a little bit and become fragrant, get some nice color. And then we're going to go ahead and add a whole lot of diced tomatoes, and then some seasonings. So while I'm waiting on this, I'm going to grab a bowl for the seasonings. Oops. All right, ladies and gentlemen, seasonings were ground cumin or ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Now we just simply mix. And once I have this mixed, then I'm going to set up for the immersion blender. I will be right back. Now let's make the tomato sauce. I think that should be okay. So we got homemade tomato sauce here. I'm going to go ahead and set this on the stove behind me. Be right back. Let me clean up some of my mess. And then we're going to move on to preparing lahma. Oh my goodness, I forgot a step. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can is dead. You can. Now let's prepare the tomato sauce. I think that should be okay. I hope. Now let's prepare the tomato sauce. I think that should be all right. All right, now we can bring this to my main stove behind me. I'm just going to keep it on low heat while we work on the lahma. This can actually temporarily go to the side for now. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are currently in this live lobby, I do apologize for being radio silent for especially like the past hour or so, for a majority of this live actually. I'm honestly just really out of it and tired and just all over the place. So right now I'm just trying to doing the best I can to push through this, not only this live, but also this recipe video. And tomorrow will be a new day. Hopefully this next part wakes me up and gives me a boost of energy, considering that we are preparing the lahma now. Now let's prepare the lahma. Now let's prepare the lahma. Where's the lahma? Here's the lahma. Be right back. Going to wash my hands. This one can go in the sink. Oh, why do you always yell lahma? Okay, khalas. If I whisper it, it will most likely sound strange. Where's the lahma? Here's the lahma. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't care. I'm tired. I'm out of it. I'm still trying to have fun. So it is what it is. All right, so we got onions, garlic, green bell peppers, and some chili peppers in here. I'm just going to let it cook for a few minutes until it becomes fragrant. It starts to develop some nice color and allowing everything to soften a little bit, especially the green bell peppers. And then we're going to go in and add the lahma. We're going to break it up, going to add some seasonings and let it cook. And then we're going to bring the tomato sauce back over to here. We're actually going to pour in the tomato sauce. Going to give it all a nice mix, and then we're going to work on assembling the moussaka. And once we assemble it in the baking dish, we're going to throw it all in the oven, let it bake for about 20-ish minutes. Then we'll take it out of the oven. I'll record the shots that I need for my intro and outro, take the picture for my thumbnail, and then we can say Yallah, Yallah Bismillah, and we can eat. For those of you who always comment that I never stain, I'm always cooking in a suit and never stain it. Well, we got some homemade tomato sauce on the jacket today. So it's okay. The dry cleaners will take care of it as they usually do. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these bowls that I no longer need. Another minute, like 60 to 90 seconds, and we'll go ahead and add the lahma. boxes here. another 60 seconds or so, I'm going to bring over the tomato sauce and we're going to incorporate that with the lahma. And for those of you who are just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, we are making Egyptian style moussaka, which is essentially an eggplant with a meat tomato sauce baked dish. It's also in Greek culture as well, but one of the primary differences between the Greek version and the Egyptian version is in Greek culture, they put bechamel sauce on top before baking it all in the oven. So right now we're working on the lahma. We already made the homemade tomato sauce. We fried the eggplant earlier. After this, after we incorporate the tomato sauce with this, we're going to work on assembling the moussaka in the baking dish, and then we're going to bake it all in the oven. And I'd like to apologize for everyone who has been tuning in today. I am just really out of it. I honestly just don't feel well, like at my normal 100%. It's been a long past few days, especially between Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I just need to recharge my batteries. So that is essentially why I've been radio silent for most of this live. I'm just out of it right now. I just want to push through this push through this recipe video and just be done with it. Considering that I do not feel at my normal 100%, even when I was recording my OK Khalas earlier, did not react in the way that I usually do, you know, just laughing hysterically at myself. So we're almost there. All right, let's go ahead. And when I say we're almost there, if you've been part of my lives before, it usually means that, you know, we still have 7 more hours left with my live until we complete. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My lives usually average like 4 hours or so, but we're almost there. So interpret it however you want. I'll be right back. I'm going to, let me give this a quick final mix. Then I'll go grab the homemade tomato sauce, and we will go from there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will be right back. Let me give you guys a quick, oh, no, that's not the ladle. This is the ladle. So let me give you guys a quick look before I pour it in. So it's a homemade tomato sauce. We fried an onion with minced garlic, then we added diced tomatoes, and we seasoned it with coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. And then I added just a splash of vinegar, just for that optional tanginess flavor. So let's go ahead and pour this in. Good to go. Thank God, no mess. Just a small splash of water. All right, now we give this a mix. All right, let's see. All right, so that essentially completes the lahma sauce. So let's go ahead and move this to the side and get ready for assembling the dish. And my stove is completely occupied. Let me move some stuff around. Oops. We're all set with this. That's the stove. Or not the stove, that was the oven beeping. Internal temperature too high of my main camera. So I need to give it a few minutes. All right, so we just need a few minutes for my main camera to cool down. At least it happened now before I started assembling and everything. I mean, it could have waited like 10 minutes or so when, it could have done that while everything was in the oven, but, it is what it is. Could be worse. But other than that, right now we are working on making Egyptian style moussaka, which is essentially a baked eggplant with a meat sauce, with a lahma sauce. So here's one mountain of eggplant that we prepared earlier um, in the live, and then here is mountain number 2. So here are like the big pieces. Here are some big pieces, but more so the ends, and the small pieces, not ends. So we got a whole lot of eggplant for this dish. And essentially what's going to happen here is we're going to do alternating layers, starting with a layer of the eggplant on the bottom. Then we're going to add some of the lahma sauce, a layer of the lahma sauce on top of it, another layer of the eggplant, and then a layer of more lahma sauce, then another layer of eggplant, and we're going to continue repeating that process until we have used all of the eggplant. So like another minute or so, then we'll check to see if the camera had enough time to cool down or not. And then we will work on assembling this dish. Think of moussaka as essentially like an eggplant casserole in a way. So that's one way to think of it for the I think a good way, or an appropriate way to translate it into English. Let's go ahead and give the camera a try. Hopefully it kicks back on. All right, we are back in business. internal temperature too high. A moment here while we wait for my main camera to cool down. It just gave me the error message that internal temperature is too high. So we'll just give it like a couple minutes here, and then we'll turn it back on and continue the process. But as of right now, we're just layering the eggplant with the lahma sauce. So we started with bottom layer of the eggplant that we fried at the beginning of this live. And then we did a layer of the lahma sauce over it. Then we did the second layer of the fried eggplant. And we just started the second layer of the lahma sauce, but then internal temperature too high. So we just have to temporarily pause for like about like 2 minutes or so, like 2 to 3 minutes in total. And then we should be okay to continue with the layering process. So after this next layer of the lahma sauce, we're going to go with the final layer of the fried eggplant. And then we're going to use the remainder of whatever's left from the lahma sauce on top. And then we're going to put everything in the oven to bake. About 45-ish more seconds, and then we're going to try and turn that camera back on, my main camera. And if everything's good to go, then it will reappear on this monitor right here. And we will go from there. So let's go ahead and give it a try. See what happens. All right, image is back on. We should be okay. Bake this in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for at least 25 minutes. Now I need to move some of this stuff out of the way because I need to bring the camera over. Actually, before I do that, so I need to set this here. Actually, no. Do that after. I'm just moving you guys around so you can see my oven for this next part. I need to bring my camera over as well. My main camera, that is, for the shot. And of course, it dies again. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, we're just going to give it another minute or so for my main camera to cool down. We'll get this next shot of me putting it in the oven, and then while it's baking in the oven, we're going to clean up the kitchen and go from there. Let's give this another shot. Go from there. Oh boy, oh boy. Right now I'm just lining up my camera on the floor, actually. That should be okay. catch tray. I'm going to put it underneath just in case. All right, that should be good. Oops. Let's review what I just did. We should be okay. I can go back in the oven now. Just getting my camera ready for when it does come out of the oven. Oops. It's in the oven. Now it's time for me to clean up my mess. It's not too bad today, thank God. I will be right back, just getting rid of these dirty towels. All right, I'm back. So here's some of the eggplant that's left over, like about like 4 or 5 small pieces that I can just eat on its own, just like that, with some bread and whatnot. All right, let's turn this way. Just need to clean up the kitchen. This is from the immersion blender. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's go on a quick field trip, bring you guys over here. So at about 9:30ish, that is when we will take the moussaka out of the oven, and we can move forward with the tail end of this recipe video and live. I'm going to move you guys over here. So there's one more thing that I need to cook for this video. Not using my main camera for. So the semna that I made, I think way back when in March, semna is clarified butter. I finally ran out of it, and I am planning to make more of it. So in case you're wondering, I am making rozbicharya, which is Arabic for vermicelli rice. So I got about 2 tablespoons of unsalted butter in there. I just added 1 cup of vermicelli. Heat's at about medium high right now, and we're just going to let the vermicelli cook for a couple of minutes until it becomes golden brown in color. Does not take that long for it to cook, just a few minutes. Just turning up the heat a little bit. So this is not going to be included in the final cut of this recipe video. I've shown how to make vermicelli rice a bunch of times in a lot of my other recipe videos, and I also do have a standalone video for how to make it as well. So in case you're wondering how to make it, you can find all of that on my social media platforms and my website, theegyptiancook.com. Vermicelli is essentially just a really thin pasta. That's what vermicelli is, for those of you who do not know. looks like TikTok wanted me to do another one of those CAPTCHA things. I am not a robot verification things. So that's all set. Just added the rice, mixed it, let it sit for about 30 seconds, and then just topped it off with some water. Water level is about no more than ½ an inch above the rice level. Just going to let it reach a boil. Then in about 10 to 12 minutes, this vermicelli rice will be all set. And when this is all set, the moussaka will also be all set. As well, we're going to take that out of the oven. We're going to plate it and garnish it with some greens, and alongside the vermicelli rice and some bread. I'm going to take the pictures that we need for my thumbnail. I'm going to record my intro and outro, and then we can say Yallah Bismillah and we can eat, and that will wrap up everything for today's live. Starting to steam a little bit. We just waiting for a little bit more bubble action for me to turn the heat down to low. And let me tilt this down a little bit so you guys can see in the oven. Give you guys a quick preview of what's going on in there as we speak. Let's see if I can do like a pinch and zoom. I don't know if this will work. Oh, it does work. There you go, YouTube. Let's see if this will work on TikTok or not. I guess I can't do a pinch and zoom on TikTok. Well, that's currently what's in the oven right now, which is Egyptian style moussaka, which is a baked eggplant with meat sauce. Think of it as a eggplant casserole. It's another way to think of it, look at it, or describe it, or all of the above, or none of the above. Got some bubbles starting to happen here. So another 45 seconds or so, then we'll turn the heat down to low. On the rice, we'll put the lid on and we'll let it cook for about 10 to like 12 minutes tops. All right, heat's down to like not low, but like in between medium low and low. So like what, like a quarter medium low. I don't know what to call it. So at 9:41, we will check on the ruz. It should be good to go there. That's in 10 minutes. We still have a few more things that we need to clean up in the kitchen, and we also need to chop some greens as well. So here, let's rotate you guys back this way. Be right back. Going to wash the greens. can hear it overflowing in the oven. So hopefully, I do have a catch tray on the bottom rack. I'm hoping it does not trigger the smoke alarm. That should be okay for the cilantro. Let's check on the oven because it is bubbling again. So here's how we're looking so far. We got like 5-6 minutes left and we will take it out of the oven. Got the catch tray down there. It already does have some burned like crust marks on it, so hopefully it does not trigger the smoke alarm. Oops. All right, let's see. All right, so now essentially we play the waiting game. While we're waiting, I need a little pick me up right now. I've been needing a pick me up. Like the first I don't know, 15-20 minutes of live, I was feeling okay, but I was stumbling on my words a lot more than usual. I'm just really tired. I am so out of it. If you haven't already been able to tell, this is just some apple cider. Yalla bismillah. I'm just really tired and out of it today. It's been a very long weekend and past few days, especially. everything's okay on my end. I'm just really tired, and yeah. I'm just doing the best I can to push through um, not only the live but the recipe video and recording that and all of that. Like I felt okay, but like as the live was progressing, I could just feel myself just crashing. Um, Especially like when we started preparing the vegetables, like the onions and the onions, the peppers, the green bell peppers, um, tomatoes, and what else did we? Garlic and some chili peppers. It was like during that moment, I just went like completely radio silent. It just that's when I started to like really feel it. I was like, crap, this is this is happening way too early. Like usually I start to crash out towards the end of my lives, towards the end of my cooking process. Considering that it takes me, on average 4 to 5 hours just in terms of like the cooking process and me working on the recipe video and doing the camera work and everything and looking at the screen, just the whole process. So usually, that happens at the tail end, like the last hour of um, me working on my recipe videos. But today it had the opposite effect, and it happened in the first like 3 minutes, I think. Whatever, it is what it is. I'm still going to finish this recipe video. It's still going to I'm still going to post it tomorrow and just push through everything. And once I finish and can actually like take 2 bites of something to eat and just like sit down and relax for 5 minutes, I should be okay. I hope. Let's go ahead and check on the rice. Let's see, it's 9:40. So it's been cooking for like 9.5, almost 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna bring it over here temporarily. I'm gonna bring the spoon over too. Going to give it a light mix. You don't want to turn it into mush, so you got to be gentle when you mix it towards the end of the cooking process. All right, we're going to give everything like 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes tops, and then we're going to move forward with the rest of the recipe video. Let me get rid of this cup, put it in the dishwasher. So it is currently 9:41. So at 9:33, 9:44 at the latest, we'll take the moussaka out of the oven, and we will move forward with what we need left, with what's left of this recipe video for like the final cut for my social media platforms and website and the works. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Oops. And I also got a trail all over the counter and kitchen floor as well. So let me clean this up. Let me also turn off the oven. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I need you guys to watch that for a moment while I try to get everything cleaned up. On a bright note, the smoke detector did not go off from all of the spillage in the oven. So that is a good thing. Oh boy, so let me adjust you guys back up. Oops, that's too up. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. Here's the final dish. Egyptian style moussaka, also known as, um, think of it as an eggplant casserole or a baked eggplant with meat sauce. Any of the above or all the above are correct answers, but here is the final dish. I paired it alongside some pita bread and some rose bashariya, which is vermicelli rice in Arabic. I need to grab a spoon. Spoon. Some towel just in case I make a mess. I do have some recording lines that I need to record still for my intro and outro. And then we can say Yalla Bismillah and we can eat, and that will conclude tonight's live. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. I think that should be okay. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. It was not in focus for the beginning, unfortunately, so let's do it again. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. All right, it's in focus. Hopefully it stays in focus. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. All right, we should be okay. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style eggplant casserole. Wrong button. There we go. Food's in focus. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style eggplant casserole. All right, good to go. Oh my goodness. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. One of those should be okay for me to use. Food's in focus. Very good. Food stayed in focus. We're good to go. We should be okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all my recording lines. I said Yallah Bismillah. Now we can eat. Here's one final look for I take my first bite. Egyptian style moussaka, which is also known as an eggplant casserole or baked eggplant with lahma sauce. All right, good. Mm-hmm. For those for those of you who are wondering what this is, in Arabic we call this olla. Um, in English, I have no idea what the direct translation is for this. Essentially, um, it's a clay pot, vase, whatever you want to call it. I'll have to research and see what the exact translation of olla is in English, but it's essentially a clay pot that we, excuse me, it's a clay pot that we use in Egyptian culture to drink water. So that is what is inside of here. And what's great about this is that it keeps the water cold. So as you can see, the outside, especially the bottom half, because that's where, so the water essentially goes up to here, to this level right here. But whatever the water level is, it will essentially, the clay pot will condense, kind of like on how when you pour like a cold drink and the outside of the cup condenses, essentially acting as a way to keep the water cold. So even in the middle of a hot summer day, this will keep your water cool during those hot days. So it's water that's in here. Other than that, that concludes today's live and this recipe video where we made Egyptian style moussaka, also known as an eggplant casserole, to give everybody a summary of what happened. Oh boy, today was rough. Working on this recipe video was really rough, and this live in general, because I'm just drained. I'm just tired. And it all hit me like in the first like few minutes of me going live and working on this recipe video. But essentially what we did to make this, we started by preparing the eggplants. The eggplant, we cut off the stem, we peeled half of the skin to essentially give the eggplant like a striped look. Then we cut it into about like 1/2 inch thick discs. Then we fried it for a few minutes on each side just to give it some nice golden brown color. And then we removed it from the pan and we set it to the side. Then we worked on the homemade tomato sauce. We fried some onions, some garlic. And then once it became fragrant, we added in the diced tomatoes. We seasoned it with coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. We gave it a nice mix. Then we introduced an immersion blender to make it nice, to make the tomato sauce nice and smooth. And then once it was, the tomato sauce was nice and smooth, we added just a splash of white vinegar, excuse me, for like an optional tanginess flavor. Then we set the tomato sauce to the side. We just kept it on low heat, and we started working on the lahma. For that, we used 80% lean ground beef. We fried some onions with green bell peppers, minced garlic, and then we added some chili peppers for optional added heat. We gave it all a nice mix, and we let it cook for several minutes until it became fragrant and developed some nice color. Then we added the lahma. We broke up the lahma. Then we seasoned with coriander, nutmeg, sea salt, and black pepper. We mixed everything together. We let it cook for several minutes. And once the lahma browned, we essentially brought the homemade tomato sauce and we poured it all over the lahma and we gave it a nice mix. Then we added just a splash, just like a tiny splash of water to it as well. Then we set that to the side, grabbed the baking dish, and we assembled the moussaka, which was fairly simple. First layer was eggplant, second layer was the lahma sauce, third layer was eggplant, fourth layer, excuse me, fourth layer was sauce, fifth layer was eggplant, and the final layer was lahma sauce. So it was 3 layers of each alternating between eggplant and lahma sauce, eggplant, lahma sauce, eggplant, lahma sauce. Then we threw it in the oven and we baked it at 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I originally said for at least 25 minutes. I think the total runtime altogether was like 30 or 35, somewhere in that ballpark. Um, and then while that was baking in the oven, we made some ruz b'sha'iyya, which is Arabic for vermicelli rice. It's a very simple process as well. This will not be in the final cut of the recipe video though, but I will quickly describe how to make this. And plus it's in a bunch of my other videos. And I do have its own standalone video on my social media pages and my website. But to make this, you just fry the vermicelli in butter for a few minutes while you frequently mix it. Once it browns, you add the ruz, you give it a nice mix, let it sit for about 30 seconds, then you add the water, let it reach a boil. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat down to low and let it cook for about 12-ish minutes. Give it a gentle mix, and the vermicelli rice, also known as ruz b'sha'iyya, is complete. So that wraps up today's live. Thank you for everybody who was in today. And I apologize. Today I was just not at my peak performance in terms of just how I usually am. And I was radio silent for a good majority of this live, so I do apologize for that. But thank you for everybody who tuned in today. The full recipe video for how to make this Egyptian style moussaka will post exclusively to my YouTube members by tomorrow night at the very latest. Tomorrow, Monday night, at the very latest. For everybody else, it will post in the following week. So with that being said, if you are not already a member on my YouTube channel, part of the paid membership, go ahead and click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen. You can also find, you will also find the full recipe with not only the video, but with the full ingredients list and the written step-by-step instructions on my website, theegyptiancook.com. That is the best place to find all of my recipes posted there. Other than that, thank you everybody. Also at the beginning of my live, I had some exciting news today. I applied for the YouTube verification, little check mark thing for my YouTube channel, and it was approved. So I am now verified on my YouTube channel. So thank you to everybody who who made that possible. I appreciate all of your support along this way with everything that's been happening as of late with my YouTube channel. So thank you everybody for making that happen. What else? Other than that, I think that's it. I'm definitely done. I'm out of it. My mind is is out of it. I'm just completely out of it today. But it's okay. We're all allowed to have a day like this. It's not the end of the world. You know, we all have our days where we have our days when we're up and days when we're down. But even when we're down, we still got to keep on going. But other than that, thank you everybody. Have a wonderful night. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and that's it. I lost my train of thought. I'm done. I'm done. I can't. Thank you everybody. Have a good night.